we need to do, what kind of changes we need to make, or what we can improve, or where we go from here. So,
So, Mr. President, we're proposing today, so we and the other went up to go look at transportation, so we found an area to do testing. Monday through Friday, from 9 to, what was it, 9 to 5 or 9 to 6? 9 to 5. 9 to 5, I'll be there, and hours will be there officially. So we will be doing that for the public, but we're not gonna be doing, like house calls, because we were doing testing like 3 in the morning. 1, 2, 3 in the morning, and it was burning people out. So we're trying to curb it, and then we have one runner that will do them during the day. And, so, and the other thing is, we're out of cleaning supplies. And we kind of been buying them from our own pocket until we get here to get something approved. But we have a motion here on the floor to really get the cleaning supplies. We have families that are on and stuff.
that's a resolution, you mean?
Yeah, resolution. So we saw.
Also, there was a little bit of discussion about, there's over probably 200 cases now, active cases, and we really need to, maybe we might want to talk a little, moving her some more money to hire more people for the task force and supplies and that kind of stuff. But I think she really does need to help as far as her equipment and everything else she needs to. I think we need to do that today too. So she said she brought a resolution down here, so is it okay if we bring it down the floor?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Micah.
What role do the security guards play in all of this? And are they paid out of the same kind of pot that the tracers are paid out of?
They got, they're right now, they changed over to ARPA funds, so that's what they're getting paid out of. They got the budget out of the ARPA funds, approved by the ARPA committee.
And then what is their job description, or what are their duties as security guards?
I'll have them bring that in and we'll email it to you, okay? Can we do it that way?
Okay.
Okay.
Crazy, I don't want to mess with it. It's like really.
Say like how many food cards about that much?
Well, a little more than mine. A little bit like this, right? Very good.
Looking at candies on how.
Oh.
Board question is special.
No, it is really.
I'll move for emergency legislation.
Motion by for legislation, need a second, Ray. We need a number. Terry.
2022-03.
2022-03.
Okay, this one.
We need a question.
Oh, question.
Jordan, all in favor? Bring it on as emergency legislation.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Online, Micah,
Yes.
Wayne,
Yes.
Steve,
Yes.
10,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
1.
Motion to approve.
Motion approved 2022-03.
Second, Ray, go ahead.
This is goes through budget and finance, so we'll strike the fourth whereas. And I'll start at the fifth whereas. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration has requested a quote from Bowie Foods. Whereas the Bowie Foods quote returned with an order totaling $250,000. Whereas the Bowie Foods purchase order amount is budgeted out of the health administration funding. Whereas these supplies will be used by the Rosebud Sioux tribal staff and tribal members to prevent and mitigate the spread of COVID-19 infection. Therefore, be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves a purchase order for Bowie Foods in a total of $250,000 in cleaning supplies and disinfectant from Art Bowie to be used for putting together and distributing cleaning kits to families, households, and the public to distribute to mitigate the spread of COVID-19 who are in isolation or
Discussion, question.
Thank you. So this is about the fourth or fifth buoys purchase that I've seen. I would really like to see these these orders from Rosebud Office Solutions. They can offer cleaning supplies and disinfecting kits too. I think that business is our own business and we should be supporting it, especially because when we purchase from them, the tribe gets a return at the end of the year. So I just want to say that I'll support this today because I know we need it, but I would like to see you give Rosebud Office Solutions the opportunity to provide these for the tribe.
Yeah, and then we're just doing this as an emergency because we're not completely out and got like a big old list.
Also, Wes is all stop.
Yeah.
Has he been contacted? That's a tribal
Yeah.
member.
Yeah, I tried calling him 3 times this morning on his cell, and then I went to the store and he wasn't there, so I have yet to make contact with him, so he could kind of be in on this too.
And then Turtle Creek wasn't accepting our purchase orders at one time.
Yeah.
Either are not over a certain amount.
Yeah.
The thing with buoys too though is that they have everything readily available. So they have to be ordered.
So we don't have to wait.
Okay, Arlene.
That was my, I guess the question is, it's good to use these other entities, but if they don't have it on hand and you're looking for emergency, shouldn't you get it where you can get it right away, which is buoys, because they keep these things on hand because you were purchasing, and with whatever, how long it is to take to purchase over here, kind of defeats the purpose of this emergency, trying to get these individuals that need it out to them. So, or who can get it right away. It's good to give the business and that, but we gotta look right now. We're in an emergency situation on everything we're doing, so we kind of need to look at what we can get right away. So we're really looking for that. Thank you.
Any more discussion? Ray.
Another question. This Skyla, for 250,000, how long are you projecting this will last for the current cases and stuff?
Well, when we do a projection, we look at our case note. Oh, I can't, you know, let's hear about it. Oh, Dina, you could explain that part of it. So when we kind of do a projection, we do it where we anticipate this should have this could last us for at least maybe 6 to 8 months. And so we try to do at least a year, but the caseload like almost tripled. So, and then those cleaning supplies are disseminated by the tracer team for the delivery. And then it comes from her office because she gets the referrals from health admin. And then, so like if you were positive, you would get the cleaning supplies. Or if Sherry was quarantined, she'd get the cleaning supplies as well. So it's going to go positive and quarantine. So that's why we go through them so much. But this here, we're anticipating it to hopefully last us at least 6 to 8 months.
Okay. Considering our positive rates and stuff, I mean, if it starts to get worse, it'd be nice if we can get quotes from other entities and prepare them. Because unlike with Sherry, since being here, I think we passed how much going to buoys and just spread it out. Is this just with food cards and cleaning supplies?
This is food cards and cleaning supplies.
Okay, then how much are food cards?
They're 200.
200? And they were never decreased or? It was
They
too.
said they got $150 one.
Yep, I got a community member that had $150 on their food card. And I called your office and kind of inquired about it. I don't know what came about it.
After I talked to Skylar about that situation, that person signed for that food card and on December 27th, and it was in their possession, and there were 2 purchases on that on December 30th. One was for 114, and I believe the other one was for 42 something. So there should have been a balance of about 42 left on that card.
Okay, Vanessa?
I think we should include Wes in this because I went to get food for a person too with a food card and they didn't get very much stuff out of Louis. So if we can include Wes on that.
Yeah, but she won't do it.
Contact you.
Yeah, I tried to contact him, so I couldn't, he didn't answer me, but then I went to go see him in the store and he didn't. So this one here is for the cleaning supplies that we need on, like, so we're doing emergency, but from here on out, I'll contact Wes and I'll try to go to Turtle Creek and see if they change their mind about it.
Ray?
I don't know.
Forget something?
Do they have to be food cards to these places? I mean, can they be like Visa cards? So if, I get a food or a card, for food, I can go to Booties, All Stop,
Yeah.
Turtle Creek, wherever I can send my family to go for me.
Yeah, I mean, there's always different avenues to take, if that's what we need to do, then that's what we'll do.
I was just curious.
Yeah.
Darren and Sheriff.
Okay, I have a tribal member that's in Winter that, she's got 3 kids. She tested positive last week, Frontier Apartments. And she wasn't worried about herself after a while, but she's worried about her kids. She still hasn't had task force go over there. She still hasn't had groceries. Not everybody has family to run for you uptown. Some of us are really in Chicago. As for that card with the $50 missing, that card was never used. So I don't know where your figures are coming from, but the tribal member we're talking about gave the card back.
Yeah,
With the
and they
150.
received that card.
Yeah, and I know that.
Yep.
So I'm saying, you don't have to tell us, but we already know. And your figure of $42 and change, I don't know where that's coming from, but that tribal member never received a dime because there was $50 already gone off the card. So why use something that's not there? Well, you need a better accounting. I'm just asking these questions because every one of us is getting calls from members. And the way you guys are talking back to us, I can only imagine the public. So, if we can't get the answers straight from you guys, how are they gonna get the answers? That's all I'm saying. Get your accounting straight.
Any more discussion? Lisa?
Oh, yeah, Sherry was after.
Oh, question.
Thank you. I also wanted to let council know that at the task force meeting, we did discuss the fact that one of the steps from the Tracer to Dina's program is that we're going to start assessing the homes, because some homes, like when my family got COVID, we didn't need that much food because there were just 2 of us. So then there's another family where, a bunch of them got stuck in a house and the box didn't work for them. So Skyla said that she would include in our process an assessment prior to handing the referral over to CHR, and we're going to weigh the options of the food card versus bulk purchasing food and going back to the food boxes. So that's something that we're still discussing. Any feedback or concerns or opinions that you have, feel free to share them with us or share them with me and I'll relay them to the task force. I just wanted to clear that up.
Any more? Lisa?
I just had a comment that we're the only tribe that gives out food cards and did the food boxes. Before the food boxes were being abused, a lot of them were getting thrown away. Solid waste, seeing a lot of those boxes in the trash, but to alleviate a lot of these problems and concerns, we don't have to do it anymore. But it's just something that we're providing to help our tribal members. So I think we need to take that into consideration and really appreciate that assistance. Maybe you could put a PSA on that or something.
I know we talk about helping the people out there in the time when they have COVID and stuff, but there's a lot of people out there that really are demanding. I mean, they want things that you can't give them, and they're demanding about it. So I can imagine what it's like for the tracers and office health administration to go out and try to take care of everybody. Like I said, there's over 200 active cases out there. There's no way that with her small staff that she can take care of everybody and please everybody. So we're gonna have to work with her, try to support her a little bit, maybe try to get her some more help, give her a bigger budget so she can do what she needs to do to take care of everybody.
One more comment, Mr. Chair.
But
So so what Scott's saying is that, I know everybody's concerned that I need more help, but of course, when you need more help, you need more money. So we do with what money we have available, and so, I'm asking, like they say, we need more help with the food delivery and with the tracing. That's your phone, so I'm asking today if, you're able to, request for additional funding for my tracer budget, so I can get more help on there, and they can, so we don't have a burnout, and then we're stuck with.
I think what we need to do, Lisa, if you agree with this, next time we have ARPA meeting, we could probably approve more money for that.
You can approve it up to 250,000.
I can't, it's not part of, no, I can't. It doesn't state me in there. It says, basically says, the committee. I read it twice. Okay, sure.
We'll amend it.
Asked that question before. That would be fine. We do that. I would do
We can
that.
amend it.
So do I need to propose another, additional?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I'm just wondering, it just came to me like, that's gonna take time to get people hired. We need manpower now. Is there a way to borrow from other programs for people who can come and help? I mean, like help Vina or help us with things that don't require training? Because when we do the contact tracers, they have to do the contact tracer certification training, and they need to get competency on doing the testing. So, but you don't need to have a nursing license or a certification to deliver food or to just check in and call somebody and say, how are you doing today? What are your check? I mean, rather than trying to keep people hired, it's going to take time. What do we have right now? Who can help right now from our other offices that are, that's just a suggestion.
I mean,
In the past, I think the security was helping you. Are they still helping you?
Yeah.
So then it's your tracers and security, so they're all full.
Yeah, they all work with, in sync with each other. So like last night, we were all, working to get 6 positive into isolation. And they were from different communities, so we picked them up, got them situated, got Deanna, the forms on there. And then, to make sure Bob gets them on a food list, because he provides breakfast, lunch, and supper, which I pay for on my budget. So they can provide that type of meal for them. And, so he has to have everything in sync, so kind of has goals and steps to how that process works.
Thank you. I was just wondering about the security, if they were still helping you.
thank you. Okay, is there any more questions on the resolution in front of you? We're kind of getting off the subject, so. Yara, did you have a comment?
I just had a comment with regards, so that $200 goes to one person, or there's 5 of them in the house with COVID, and that goes.
So it's one card per household, even if there's 2 or 3 positives in that household. And they have to call Skyla up, and she gives us a directive to hand out another food card or cleaning supplies.
That's happened. There's cases where Skylar called me and said, you know, there's another family that they've been in quarantine, and there's another one, requesting another food card. So she does it at request. So I've approved it for Skylar to go ahead and give families a couple of food cards per household. So it can be done.
I have a question, Scott.
Go ahead, Micah.
So with these grocery cards and the supplies, Skyla, is it strictly for the families or the individuals that are testing positive, or like if a tribal program calls and says they are short on supplies, then do you provide that cleaning supplies to programs also? And then when you're providing breakfast, lunch, and supper for Bob's staff, is that coming out of the grocery card budget, or is that a separate budget?
So for the cleaning supplies, that's why it goes fast. It was supposed in the beginning, we were doing it for isolation and quarantine only, but means how, you know, everybody, you know, is needing, what do you call it, assistance or whatever, and everybody's panicking because of this virus. So even if they weren't positive or in quarantine, I've been opening it up to just give to the general public after request of them, and I'll let Scott know when that request comes in, but I take into consideration the cleaning supplies for the general public as well at the request. And then, you know, like Ray, you know how that, you know, when you call, you ask for your community, we give it to you. So it's kind of case by case, but I don't turn anybody away, especially with cleaning supplies, because by all means, you know, you need to clean your household. And then with the food cards, it was intended for people that were positive, they were to isolate successfully and not go anywhere. And so that's how that came about. And then the same people to quarantine so that they could successfully quarantine. But as time was going on, we were getting abused with these food. And so when people request for a food card, we don't give it to them unless they're positive or in quarantine. And I think some of them, we refer them to social services because they have that, what is that called, that food truck or whatever that they have, that they give out once a month or something. Oh yeah, so that's where we refer them ones to, but we solely concentrate on the positive and the quarantine people.
Vanessa.
And I have a question on the people that are isolated or quarantine at home, and the one versus the quarantine trailers. The food wise, does one's living in a trailers get a food card too, or do they get meals delivered to them?
So we had a situation over the weekend, we had two of them. So what we do with them ones is if you're in an isolation shelter, you're provided 3 meals a day. And so you don't get the food card. But if you're in your own household, because you're actually providing, you know, the food or whatever, so your household, since you're the one that's positive, will get the card.
Thank you.
Any more discussion on the resolution?
Just another comment.
Great.
On this resolution, it has these supplies shall be used by Rosebud Sioux tribal staff and tribal members. Why is the staff included in this resolution? And their programs have budgets for that.
I don't know. I mean, like I said, I always just try to help people and I don't turn people away. So in general, I just include everybody so it's covered.
And this 250,000 is for cleaning supplies and disinfectant, not food cards?
The food cards are supposed to get disinfectant covered. Yeah, I go there and get it for our.
I was just talking about the programs, the staff.
Eileen.
I'll just comment on this, that part of it, can't you just say tribal members, because staffs are tribal member? Or is some of your staff not tribal members?
No, I always believe in just helping everybody, you know, like we can collaborate together. So like an example, with ACF, yesterday I gave them some stuff, but that's to help because they have the positive people and, I'm not gonna turn somebody away. I mean, if they want to request to help, get help, we'll give it to them because it's there for them. So I include everybody, so I guess that's why I put tribal members, but if we need to take it out.
Well, I mean,
Go to
if you
staff.
took staff out, and you're saying tribal members, that staff is still tribal members, so you wouldn't have to use that
Okay,
language there, and it just covers them too, because it's gonna cover everyone. That's just kind of a question down the road if they bring this back up and then that question's there. It's just kind of almost a redundant question,
oh, yeah.
part of it. So if we took that out, it might be just good.
Lisa, do you want to take that out?
Yeah, we can amend it to take that out.
So we have, half a box of this. Resolution out for it, so when you take stuff out.
Approve what?
All the windows are closed down by resolution, but then I need.
I'm just saying that.
Let's cut their tribal members real quick.
Let's, I didn't hear, you probably had Lisa, she's requesting that we approve something with food cards. She's running low on food cards. Along with this, she'd probably have to bring another resolution for food cards, more food cards, but, can we add food cards on there with the amount to this resolution?
Be down to.
I just got a text and I'm only down to 150 and we have over 35 cases, so minus that, and then so we're probably only gonna be good for about, maybe 3 days, 4 days worth after that.
So will that be included in this 250,000?
Yeah, I would say.
Go to, we need the cleaning supplies, take out the and disinfectant and food cards.
Will that be enough?
Can we
Oh, no.
can we just do the 250,000 for the disinfectant and stuff, and then another 250,000
Yeah.
for food cards?
Yeah, that would be great.
Am I saying what?
Another whereas in there for the food cards.
We'll just leave it open on what vendor authorizing you to purchase $250,000 in food cards and you can go.
What I'll do is I'll go to whichever vendor can get me it, because right now we're at the point where we can't be on standstill and wait for, because to me, the way I look at it, if a vendor's really interested, they'll promote their business and they'll come to you and tell you what they can do and what they're able to do, and I feel that I have enough to do, I shouldn't have to be chasing people around for a quote. And then like with RF, if you call in and tell them, I need this quote, I'll have it like in 10 minutes. I don't know who does this quotes, but I get it within 10 minutes. But I'm having to do phone tag with people and I don't have time to be making house calls right now. So right now, this one here is an emergency and the food cards is 150 left, so. But from future on, we'll make it a point to solicit other quotes. But right now, these ones here, I feel that we need to get them done. Otherwise, you guys get inundated with phone calls if we don't deliver.
Purchase of food cards and amount of.
How many programs do you oversee?
How many? I oversee
7?
7.
That's a huge one. That's-
That's a tremendous amount of pressure. Maybe we need someone to help you, you know? Maybe
Yeah.
we need to take some of that load off. Like you just said, I can't do it, you know?
Well, I mean, it's not that I can't do it, it's just that my office, because I do have, my 2 secretaries calling, but we don't get response.
Yeah.
So I
But
tell
if
them.
we had more money to hire more people,
We have
could get
people
more
raising their
business.
hands, you guys can't just blurt out and start talking. Well, that's part of the rules. of
Sorry.
order, So,
Frustration is here.
sure.
Thank you. I guess I just want to point out, and I know I say this over and over again, so you guys probably get tired of me, but RF opened a bunch of businesses this year. So obviously, all these $250,000 purchase orders, those could be our businesses from our corporation if we supported our own Redco corporation. But we're funneling all this money to RF. And, you know, I get frustrated because Redco can give us a big dividend, and every time we have the treasurer's report, the treasurer says what? I don't know about Redco's dividend. Now, we could utilize other businesses. If we utilize Turtle Creek, we get a small cut. But if we utilize Rosebud Office Solutions, we get a dividend at the end of the year. Their articles of incorporation said 10% of their profit. That's a lot. I don't know if that's still in place or not. But that's something, you think about 10% of $1 million coming back to our general account. That's where our minds need to be thinking. We're constantly in crisis mode. And I know we've approved several of these because we're almost out. And so I messaged Michelle at Rosebud Office Solutions. I messaged Clay. So they're going to be contacting you for a quote. I think it's important that we think about revenue generation and conserving as well in bulk purchasing. I'm sure she could probably work out a deal with you to get a better price, because if she knows she can purchase all this stuff in bulk ahead of time and it'll be there on hand. And what she can't do, she can, work that out with you. But I think we need to start thinking about that with this COVID money or with this ARPA money, because it's going to be gone. And if we're siphoning it out to a business that we're not getting any tax returns on because we're tax exempt. So when we purchase from RF or Allstop, we don't see that come back to us in the general account. So that's why I pushed this so hard, because we constantly need money here for the tribe. So I just wanted to pick that up. Thank you, Council.
Darrell?
Yeah, I'm really frustrated on a lot of issues. Certainly, I'm not trying to say like I'm gonna take all your programs away. I'm just saying maybe we can create money so you can get help.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not saying anything about taking away your programs. It's just, you just said, I don't have the time to do this. I can't do it. And heaven forbid you get sick. What if something happens to you? That's 7 programs that will be running around with their heads cut off, So maybe we can find some funds to get someone to help you that can help administer these 7 programs, so that 7 programs can run successfully and 7 programs can administer to the Oyate what they're supposed to be doing in the first place. Because we have a lot of complaints. I mean, I need to show you guys my messages. That's not even my tribal phone messages. I got 2 phones, one for the people and one for the other one's for the people. They don't stop ringing 24 hours a day. And it's concerns that they're hungry. $200 for a family of 8. Yeah. Who are you kidding? Give them that. Are they going to buy some food stamps or what? That is not enough money to feed a family. Maybe it is for your guys' homes because of keto diets, because people are cutting down. But kids eat a lot. My 14-year-old, holy cow. My 7-year-old, getting chunky now. Jeez, I gotta have snacks galore. When you have COVID, you don't need bologna sandwiches. You need vitamin C in the form of oranges, grapes. You need chayaka. How come we're not going to our harvesters and asking them for la pulpejita? That's something you guys could implement as well as a health administration. Lakota medicines. We're Lakotas. Instead, we're just getting mad because of an influx of phone calls. These phone calls are from Oyate who are sick. They're kuja. Their minds are not right. And who are we as a body to judge them? We're no one. We're beside them. And that's what I thought when I ran for this position, that I was going to walk with the people, not sit at a table and look down at them. We need to get solid solutions up here. And if you need help, ask for it so we can get that help for you, because you can't do it alone. Nobody can. We all have to work together collectively. Got to put down issues, with buoys. A lot of people don't like him, but he's here and he has been here. And that's where we've been putting that money. We don't have time to be looking at quotes, like you said, chasing around vendors. This is life or death. We need it to happen. And thus far, you've been doing a good job. Like I said, sometimes we have employees that reflect bad upon us. My mother used to say, be careful who you pick as friends, because it's going to come back on you, So, I just think that we need to get you help. those 7 programs, they all need special attention because CHR, health admin, you know, we haven't even started on health admin complaints yet. This is just task force, you know? The health admin has complaints of the yin yang. And I don't even have the energy to address that today because we are in a crisis. 1.3 million new cases as of yesterday morning across the United States. 200 here on the Rosebud. But that's not counting Sanford, Avera, Horizon. We've probably got an easy 350. We've got people unaware because of task force and health administration's miscommunication. They're unaware. Half of them are walking around asymptomatic. We need help. And so do you. So let us help you, please. Thank you.
Anything else, Skylar? Okay, we're gonna amend the resolution then. Now, food cards.
Chairman, on this food cards, you know, previously with some of the other council reps, there was a breakdown of money getting split up between these businesses to help with buying stuff. And we ran into the problem of they weren't able to get what we needed or what we wanted. And so then we ended up amending that resolution and it ended up going back to RF anyway. You guys remember that? And how was that 250,000? And I know that, yeah. So it was just, I mean, it's kind of, right now, if Bowie says that they can do the 250,000 for disinfectants and stuff, then I think we should just go with that. And then, if we could get this passed, and I'd like to amend another resolution to reinstate it for you. So that way, whenever she gets her quotes or whatever, you can go ahead and give that authorization. So we're waiting for that resolution. So for now, can we just leave this resolution as is for the disinfectant and stuff, and then we'll pull that other resolution and a motion for it to be rescind, or what did we do last one? Reconsider and reinstate.
Okay.
We vote on this one?
So,
I'll
let's
call
vote
for
on
the
this then.
question if there's no more.
I'll call for the question. Yeah. All in favor?
So I have one more comment to make.
Micah, go ahead, Micah.
Dina or Deanne, when we're having these conversations about the food, the grocery cards, do you think that we should take into consideration, you know, like the average family size of the households and using those numbers to determine the amount that they get on a grocery card?
Yeah, go ahead.
So in the past, when there's a family household that has several people in there, like I said before, we let Skylar know that there's more people than 3 or 4 in there, and then she usually directs us to give them a food cart. Maybe one suggestion you can do is instead of 200, maybe go, I don't know, 300, 350 for 5 to 10 family members. And then the 200 can be less than 5 people.
Because I mean, I appreciate your input there, Dina, because I really think that we need to change the amount for these grocery cards based on the household size. The other thing, going back to the 250,000, and Skyla making the comment that she's projecting this current resolution for 6 to 8 months, while we passed a resolution back in September, October for a certain amount, hundreds of thousands for supplies. And then I believe we passed another resolution for another hundred of thousands for grocery cards or supplies back in November and December. So it's obvious based on these previous resolutions we passed that this money isn't lasting for 6 to 8 months. So I would really like to see some numbers, Scott. Have Skyla and her and the task force work to provide numbers, of how many grocery cards are given out, the supplies that's been given out. I mean, just so we can see the accountability there. And, along with the supplies that's being delivered to the isolation and quarantine individuals, do they have a checklist of based on household size, you get this much supplies, disinfectant, masks, gloves, whatever it is, making sure that it's sufficient for the household.
You keep a spreadsheet, Skylar, for supplies that's delivered, and you could do something like that?
Yeah, because that's why I was stating everything that we do has accountability to it. So like if you guys get some complaints, I mean, we have a process and a structure that we have in place. That's why it'd be really helpful if council could support, what we do, and like Dara says, she supports what we do, and if we could get that from council as well. But remember, Scott, last year, or when COVID first started, Eileen made a motion, I think, to purchase a big bulk of supplies. So we have them on hand and we can just buy one big bulk. And then when we did at that time, RF delivered that amount of supplies, and I think it was like, gee, how much was that? Like 100 and some thousand? And that lasted a year and a half. So I think we need to go back to that again. So I'm not coming back here, but again, when I come back here for X amount of months, I project whatever, and it's because of the amount of money I have available to work with. I don't have oodles and oodles of money. I wish I did.
The amount that you got, you're probably running out quicker because there's more people are B positive, so you don't have to go in quarantine.
So if we
it's
could
kind of
just buy
fluctuate like that, but if you can give like a little printout of what how many households or stuff like that you've given to, and just accounting for the money that you have already spent.
Yep.
Okay?
Okay.
Pam, are you calling for the question?
Yeah, I called for the question, but I just kind of wanted to make a comment. Micah's talking about the September and whatever, that's the one I was explaining earlier about how we had that all split up, so that's why I ended up going back. But, I don't know how to say it, but at some point, there has to be some kind of responsibility of the household. Meaning, a lot of our people do receive food stamps, and, that needs to be used for what it's intended for, which is to buy food for their home. And I understand that, sometimes the sickness hits towards the end of the month where there's hardly any food left, but, at that same time, we need to start, I don't know who can do it. I think it's just us ourselves as human beings. Do we want to live? Do we want to not catch COVID? Are we going to stay home? Are we going to wear a mask? Are we going to, constantly use hand sanitizer? Are we going to allow our household to continue to run around and, maybe catch it and bring it home? Our health administrator does cover 7 programs, but yet she covers 7 directors that, they watch their own program. They know what their program needs to do. It's not all on the health administrator. So my comment is that, at some point we just all need to start educating our people to start taking responsibility themselves, not just us here. We're doing the best we can with making some decisions. Everybody's got good ideas. Everybody does. Everybody chews us out. Everybody gets mad at us.
But at the same time, you know, we're doing the best that we can. I think our health department, meaning CHR, ambulance, task force, everybody, I think everybody's doing the best that they can. It's just, this is just sweeping through our reservation right now. And I know it's scaring everybody, but, you know, let's take some responsibility and stay at home instead of running around. So with that, I'll call for that question again.
Okay, I'll call for the question, we're approving 2022-03 as is. So, we're not amending it, right?
Yeah, we're just leaving it to allow her to do that.
Except for taking out,
The
Just
staff,
doing the 250.
okay. All in favor?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Online, Micah?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Wayne?
Yes.
Neil?
Yes.
Donna?
Yes.
Dwight?
Oh.
Steve?
Yes.
Opposed? No, I called her, she said yes.
15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Scott, before Scott will leave,
Yeah, that's what I said.
Bob, remember the question of Bob, the security?
Oh,
Where did he go?
I
Oh, he's right there.
called Bob over, there was a question earlier about, what they actually are doing and who they report to and how that's working as well. Bob, you want to explain how the security works, how many you have and what you actually, scope of work is?
Right now, I think we have like 18 security guards. Then watching the people who are in the isolation quarantine shelters. And we also provide the meals for them, and the snacks and water and Gatorade, whatever else they need. In the past, we were using that budget under quarantine and isolation. To purchase all those, that is gone. So we're decided to get a PO to continue to feed this. If you don't feed them, then they're gonna starve inside there. And then you guys probably get phone calls. Otherwise, we do that. We also do patrolling of most of the trailers. Last night, we found out that the St. Francis County trailer was frozen. The toilet bowl was frozen, so we had somebody trying to go in there, but we had to move over to Rosebud. So today they're gonna go out and check all the trailers, make sure the heat's on, and make sure none of the toilet bowls are goes over like St. Francis. The thing's actually tracked over there. So after it thaws, I'm sure it's gonna be a mess, man. Then we found out that a lot of the traces are out, so we're doing whatever we can to help them out, so that the isolation quarantine trailers or sites are operational as soon as the meetings are going. Right now, I just checked the South Dakota Department of Health dashboard, and it shows on there that we have 251 positive. The other day we had 196, so we did find a lot. So the security is out there, and the security, they also go around and they clean buildings, they disinfect them with the fogger. We were pretty busy the last couple of weeks, disinfecting buildings, departments, and the St. Francis Indian School is also sending a request over to disinfect the elementary school every Friday, which is, I think that we should do it, just because there's a lot of kids there. I do know they're like 2 or 3 days on, 3 days off or something. disinfecting those buildings would be priority as well. Yeah, otherwise right now we're trying to do what we can for the tracers so that they don't fall behind, and when the patients get inside those trailers, they're sanitized. But we do clean every trailer whenever somebody leaves. We'll go in there, we'll disinfect it, and normally the tracers will go in there and clean it. But, so that we're doing that.
Chairman, I called for the question and we didn't vote.
We did.
Did you guys mark me as yes? Gee, I had the turning here, Lisa. Didn't even know you guys voted, sorry. Sorry to interrupt your presentation.
Any questions for Bob? Yeah.
Just like Bob, I know you guys are really swamped. I know personally that you do a lot of work. Geez, I ask you all the time. I just want to state for the record that I'm really thankful for him. There's a lot of elders all across Sioux that have been getting help from this man. I've been putting a tremendous amount of stress on his shoulders, knowing that he has a lot on his plate too, him and Skyla. They're juggling the whole nation actually. We've got a lot of sick. The $250,000 that they're going to allocate for the food, and then for her cleaning. What can we do as a body to help him for his work? Because I know that he's working alongside her, but he gets requests for roofs, for furnaces, for walls, for plastic. He gets a request for everything, and he just doesn't have the muscle to kick it out, but he tries. I was wondering if we could find a little bit more money for him so he could do a little bit more, because with COVID, a lot of the housing stopped working for repairs. I know I had furnace problems when COVID first hit, and they couldn't come help me. So a lot of these houses have been gone with no repair for a couple years, and he's sending his contractors in, and they're finding really big problems. And they're trying to patch up what they can. I'm wondering what we can do to help him elevate his load a little bit. I think that if we're finding money everywhere else, we should be able to find something for him, because he's doing a lot. I have an elder that for 6 years, she had asked our past council rep for help with a little wall fixing, and he finally got it done. So she thinks that, she wants to give him a blanket, but when she got herself, she said, I just really feel like he deserves something. So, I feel that we could give Bob a little bit more help. That would be good, because he's doing a good job out there. Thank you.
Everything I do it because it's my job, and I don't want anything from anybody. But I know with a lot of the issues that we're having is a lot of furnaces that are down. A lot of them need replacing because of the type of house it is. So we do have Travis working on that, and we were looking for a certified electrician, and they found one, which is Linco. He's been went out to these houses and fixing them right away. We're actually gonna get a contract with him so we can utilize him a lot more, because that is a big problem out there. And I think, with the food part of it, I think it was with Skylar now that I do know how much she has in her budget. And she's going to assist us with, she's not going to assist us, but she's going to assist the patients with the 3 meals a day and water and Gatorade. A lot of them request water and Gatorade. And then little snacks. Yeah, I think that's when they start coming down off of it. They want to use a little bit more, so they want snacks. But I think if you guys were to really see what these guys do, you guys want to ride along with them, go ahead. But help them out too, instead of just riding along. Learn how to run that logger, get suited up, and drive. So because if you're claustrophobic, I'd say stay home. Because you do have to be double masked and 2 pairs of gloves. And I am really thankful for those guards for doing that. Because last night we did assist with tracers on transporting. I think the guard was kind of nervous about doing it, but made the patient as well suit up and put a mask on, everything. It seems like people breathe on each other and they're patient. That's what I see. I see a lot, dealing with a lot, but it's just, everybody has to be careful nowadays, it seems like.
Council, we've been allocating him money as we go. We don't have the construction office set up like we're supposed. We still need to select our positions. We just signed a lease for the building over in Mission for the construction office. We got some surplus furniture coming in to do that, but meanwhile, we still have those emergencies type situations. So the ARPA committee did allow him to start spending some of that money to help out the people that are emergency needs, that just can't get by without water or furnace repair. And so he's been doing a good job of doing that, and he's been doing it out of EPP as far as the spending. So, but it's coming from the construction money. So lever, there's money. They obligated him for furnace repair again, some for water repair. He has a little bit for propane and wood, so he's been doing that as well. So that kind of answers Dara's question as far as giving him more help. So he does have the resources to do that. And I really think that he's doing a really good job. So I know he don't like to be praised, but I think he really is doing a good job with what he's doing.
I
So.
think if any of you guys have people in your houses, you know, that you guys something like that. Maybe tell you my thought. My thought was creating a map and creating a dashboard with that map so that you guys can look at it and see what's going on out there, rather than not knowing. All you guys are doing is getting numbers. But if we were to create a map, and I don't know if it's a HIPAA violation or not with these COVID patients, you'll actually see the spread going. And then with this dashboard will say, who's on quarantine or whatever you guys want to put in that dashboard, you guys can pick it up, log in, and then it'll create that. It'll be something similar to the South Dakota dashboard, but it'll be more for like the reservation, the different sprinkler, the activities. You guys want to put that on it, that's just my thought. That way, if you guys want to know something, know somebody's whatever, you know, I mean, it'll be on there, but we just don't put names on there. It'll just start lighting up, and then whoever's off quarantine, the house will be a different color, and then maybe even removed after 10 days. You know, I think that's what that if you guys want that type of information, you guys should request it.
Yeah, that'd be awesome, that kind of GIS
Because
technology.
right now, there's stuff out there that we can
Dan? and
It's
we
a
need
HIPAA
to
violation because
move on.
we know who lives in those houses.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's a Facebook thing too, because whoever's positive, we put it on Facebook too.
Okay, thank you, Bob.
Thank you, Bob.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Bob.
Are we done with,
Thank you.
with the task force? Melissa wanted to give a little report on what's going on at the adult corrections, if you're over a little bit of time. Pam?
Reconsider and amend resolution 2021-332.
Motion to amend,
Which one? Resolution number 2021-332. I don't think they gave it to,
B32, is that the one that,
that's the one that, under the ARPA, we
they,
just need to amend it in there.
to,
On the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, whereas Number 3, that the president of the Rosebud Sioux tribe or his authorized delegate and the ARPA committee shall be authorized to approve acquisitions of goods and services up to $250,000.
You're just adding the president to that.
Yeah, just amending it because we gave you authority to be able to do emergency situations. So something with any other emergency that happens that requires the procurement manual to be followed, this allows you to do up to the 250,000 because it wasn't in there prior. I think we took that language out with the prior chairman.
Okay.
So I'm just amending it to put it back in there to be able to approve those acquisitions of up to 250,000. So we don't have emergency legislation like this last resolution that was passed.
We need a second.
Second.
Lisa. Any more discussion? Any question?
I have a discussion
Go
question.
ahead, sure.
Are you gonna consider the resolutions that are in place and make sure that if there's a purchase that comes through for an emergency, that our local vendors are
Yes.
getting preference?
I will do that. Okay. Okay. Question by Vanessa. All in favor?
One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Online, Micah?
No.
Donna?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Wayne?
Is this to approve the 250 as is?
This is to amend a resolution that only gives the,
Authorize you.
that includes the chairman for a $250,000 spending if, as the same as the ARPA committee. To approve up to $250,000.
No.
Neil?
No.
What?
Oh.
Steve?
Yes.
Opposed?
12. 2.
What was the number?
12.
Two.
It was 4 no's.
Not voting? 4 noes? All 4, 0? Motion carried.
Okay, so I didn't have to read it. We done?
The stack of vouchers for you to sign.
Is there any more questions for CHR? I know the, yeah, go ahead.
Before we let Skyla go, I would like to go into executive with her.
Okay,
Can I say something to
can we listen to Melissa before we go into executive session though? She's been sitting here for a while.
Sure.
Okay. Derek, go ahead.
Okay, I just want to address you, council, on behalf of, CHR. I haven't really talked to them about it, but I just feel that, they deserve hazard pay. They do, like in a big way. Since March or April is when they cut it off, and, they've been working extra hours, they're catching COVID themselves, they're putting themselves on the front lines, and I really feel that their workers, every time they walk out their door, you know, just like us, when we leave our children, and it's hard. But, you know, they have to pick up these oyate that are coming out of the hospital, and that's how they make their living. So if you could find it in your heart to reinstate their hazard pay, that would be good, because I feel that they deserve it.
Share and then Lisa. Eileen, sorry, Eileen.
So thank you, council. In speaking with Mrs. Begay, Director Begay, she was and does plan or wants to submit for a $2 raise. She has it in her budget. and a $1.50 supplement for her employees. That way it wouldn't be hazard pay, it would just be a raise. I wanna make that motion.
Wait, I'm sorry if I can. So hazard pay was, that's what it was called under CARES. So we no longer have hazard pay, now it's called premium pay. But I was visiting with Skyla, and Skyla does have carryover money. If we could make a motion for the health programs to use their carryover funds to give their employees at EMS, CHR, and health admin a $5 per hour supplement pay due to COVID response. And she has it in her budget to.
And that's
Yeah.
EMS.
So that would just be a supplement out of their carryover funds.
Okay. Separate from the raise.
That's a motion.
Yeah.
A second. Ray, discussion, question? Huh? All in favor?
One,
Is that only for CHR?
4,
EMS,
5, 6,
EMS, CHR, and health admin.
Okay, yep.
7. 7, online.
Micah, online?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Wayne?
Yes.
Neil?
Yes.
Donna?
Yes.
Dwight?
Oh.
Steve?
Yes.
Opposed?
14, opposed,
Not voting?
1.
I'm sorry, I forgot to include, Skyline's, we need to put an effective date on that
Yeah, effective.
today? Or do you wanna go from the shutdown?
Retro. We would like to have retro because CHR has been working with positive.
So, okay, effective October 1st, because it's from the carryovers from last year's fiscal year.
Yep,
So it'd be retro to October 1st.
we're still working with positive.
Yeah.
You know, we're actually out there in the front line working with positive, relatives.
Cool. Okay, we got one more. Is that,
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
go ahead, Wayne.
So we're just approving health admin and CHR, but what about the other departments that are gonna come forth? Are we just gonna do them by motion, or
EMS, CHR, and health admin.
there's gonna be EMS, there's gonna be police, I know, and there's probably gonna be corrections. There's probably gonna be the fire department, there's gonna be LEAP. Those are all dealing with positives on a normal.
EMS, if it wasn't named in the motion, and then if EMS was named in the motion, I suspect that includes all the emergency
It's
type personnel.
EMS, CHR, and health admin.
Okay,
Okay. Thank
We
you.
made a motion a while ago to get hazard pay for the 24/7 program, so those are already taken care of.
Then I have to amend that motion to go back to October 1st.
is that?
If they have it in their budget, correct?
Yeah.
Did you get hazard
Yes.
pay in October? Are some of you guys receiving hazard pay because of with the leftover CARES money?
It wasn't until November.
It wasn't until November?
They made the motion.
Okay, all right. Sure.
Thank you. I wanted to give the floor and clarify that I don't want all the programs to start coming forward and requesting this and us folding to that, because, you know, CHR is very underpaid, and so is EMS. Go on the site and look at the job advertisements that they have. $10 an hour, $11 an hour. A lot of the other frontline workers are making well over that. So that's why I supported this today, because they are on the lower spectrum of the pay scale here. So I just don't want a ripple effect to start happening. Oh, they gave them that, so now we need it. And then, you know, we're always sitting here dishing out money, and this money is limited. So they have it in their budget. They really did need the increase. That's why I wanted to bring it up originally rather than a supplement as the raise that, she wanted to initially propose. Thank you.
Any more discussion? Eileen?
My question, I know you're trying to bring Melissa on, but then I went and was trying to get the floor earlier to ask these girls a question because we get that out there and I would like them to hear this. And it was on the, quarantine part of it. So what's happening is, what I'm hearing is somebody's positive in the house and, who lives there doesn't have to be quarantined. Is that true? So these people were told that they can go out once the tracers came, and I heard it from 3 different people. So what I want is these guys to tell Skyline, to tell them out there that you can't, once if that's it, somebody's in a home, they get positive, then everyone in that home, back in the day when it first started, everybody had to be quarantined. Is that the way it is? And can you tell them that? Because a lot of them are just roaming because they don't know that.
Eileen, when we had our task force meeting, we talked about the CDC rules. The CDC rules keep changing, so we did talk about that, and the task force decided that if you are positive for COVID, you automatically are going to be in isolation for 10 days. If you're exposed to a positive, you're automatically in quarantine for 10 days.
Regardless of vaccination status.
Regardless of vaccination statuses. So that's the recommendation that came from the task force. That's what they put in their meeting minutes as far as their recommendation.
And those are PSAs that will be going out to the people, so they need to know so that they don't go roaming. I know that somebody was positive in the home and they went to work because they told them they could. So now, if this has changed, and we're going to go by our own rules, because out there, that's what it's saying, but we're going by what decided now. They should know that they can't be doing that. So that's why I wanted that told now, because there's a lot of people listening that that's what they're supposed to do, quarantine. That's where it was at the beginning, so thank you.
Lisa?
Yes, one other thing that we talked about in the task force too was, CHR does go and check at residents on house members that are supposed to be there in quarantine and they're not there. And so I know they have a list of it, so it's kind of everyone's personal responsibility on their own health care, but they, if they go there and they're not there when they're supposed to be, and then they get blamed for inefficient service. So.
Okay, Melissa, you want to give a little report?
Yeah, well, I just wanted Steve talked a little bit about it this morning, but I do want to just kind of address what the COVID situation is for the jail and what it looks like kind of locally, other tribal jails in the county, just from what I'm being made aware of. So we do have a spread in the facility right now. As of Monday morning, we had 27 positive cases, and that happened within 3 days. So someone can test positive, negative today, and then tomorrow they're positive. So we're testing as much as we can. We definitely need to stay on top of our testing kits and our capabilities to test. And then our staffing levels are really being affected. What we want to avoid, though, is to close. We want to avoid closing the facility. I think that it was really important when the CARES provided 10 correction officers and 5 janitors. That was very helpful. So that was another thing I'm requesting to the ARPA, but I will meet with the ARPA committee, I think it's next week, on that request. But, if you guys had any questions, because I know there's some stuff on social media about people, in dire straits at the jail. Not true. I will address all of the medical needs. Anyone that is positive and they need medical attention, they absolutely get medical attention. And as far as the releases, I am keeping Scott aware of that. Yesterday, there were 9 people that were released, and these are people that had a few weeks left in their sentence or even low bonds, whatever the case is, minor crimes. So those are the ones who are released for 14 days, and then they have to return. So we aren't, letting these violent criminals out in the streets and with COVID. We are keeping in touch with the task force when we do release people, but they are very limited on their staff, so we transport them to their quarantine sites. And we are one program that has no money. So when I say we have no money, that means we have no money for cleaning supplies, for like Theraflu medication, fruits, all these things that COVID positive need. Dehydration is a huge one. I think Bob talked about that. We're becoming experts in how to deal with COVID, and we're not trained for that. We are trained to make sure that people are alive and supervised in a jail. So we're actually becoming experts in dealing with COVID cases. And so I reach out. I'm one who reaches out to Skyla, and I ask her for help for cleaning supplies, food, anything. And I hound her, but she is helpful for us. And I appreciate that help she gives us. I'm actually very, very glad that Deanne is a part of the group again, because she's running SGU very strict. You can't even get on without a COVID vaccination card, and that's how the tribe should be. We're dealing with a mass spread right now, and as long as it doesn't affect your infrastructure, critical infrastructure like the jail, EMS, law enforcement, and it is. We're running short on staff. So that's one request that I'm putting in is to reinstate the temporary workers. That will definitely help us keep the doors open and help clean. I was not aware of Bob's cleaning stuff. We definitely need help with cleaning our gym in our areas where our positive cases are living. And when I say living, we're living with them. We have to feed them, we have to give them medication, and we have to transport them. So we're dealing with positives every day. This morning, I sent my report to Scott, and then we had 17 positives in the facility. So I'm here if you guys have any questions.
Lisa?
If it comes down to where the correctional facility has to shut down, do you have like a diversion plan? Are you working with other correctional facilities to move the inmates out, or will they just be released or transported to another facility?
Yep, so I brought this up last year to council, and I'll reiterate, even if it wasn't COVID, let's say the sewer system backed up or something, walls came down. We have to have an emergency closure plan. So that's the plan that we will have to follow if we have to close the doors. I did reach out to BIA, District 1, on additional staff. If we continue to lose staff to COVID, he advised that they are short. They have to actually close some of their BIA facilities down completely because no staff. Pine Ridge is in a critical spot. They usually help us as well, but they're having some tough times right now as well. And I know winter, our Fed holds go to winter. They're not accepting anyone in winter at all. They're closed down because of staffing issues and of course the COVID outbreaks in their facility. So we do have that plan, and because we're on air, I can't talk about the plan, but I will provide it to Scott and he can share the plan with you guys on what we do in the event that happens. Right now we aren't there, but if I were to lose 5 more, we probably will be. I did reach out to Game Fishing Parks. He said absolutely he will help if we need their help to cover at the jail.
Yeah.
Thank you, Melissa. Chairman,
I guess that authority falls under you now that we passed that resolution on that budget amount. But maybe Melissa can get that budget too on, what was it, hiring back the contract workers, hiring back some contract workers. Maybe you can go ahead and visit with her on that and see how you guys want to do that and bring a plan to us tomorrow.
Can you put a little budget together, what you had last time and what it costs to do that? Maybe we can just present it to the, like you said, to the
Yeah,
ARPA committee. So
absolutely.
We'll do that.
And then that way, at least maybe then she can probably get to calling today and getting some of them guys to come back and be back in her facility by tomorrow or Friday, so we can go ahead and get that going for her. That would really help out.
Okay.
My other question that I had was, there was a time there where you had talked about that you were using the gym. How is that going? I mean, I know you were saying maybe 80 beds, but.
Yeah, so like I said, when we were at the peak, we had 27 and 25 of them were females. So we had everyone in a gym, and I don't know if you guys are familiar with our gym layout, but a group of people came through the tribal programs at the beginning of COVID, and they assessed all the facilities on the res. And one of the top facilities for this COVID outbreak was the jail. And so that assessment that's talked about and shows pictures of our jail. I don't know if, Scott, you probably have a copy of that assessment. But we have, our HVAC is really, it is very helpful to put them in a gym just because it's so wide open and they have COVID. And we have plenty of sled beds, or we have plenty of sleeping cots for them. And of course, you know, we provided sage tea and as much as we can to keep them comfortable during this time. We haven't had any flyouts, which is great. And our priority is keeping those serious crime inmates in the facility and not have them blown out or something. So the gym is very, it's more helpful during this time because it's wide open.
So have you looked at doing like any kind of outreach to maybe admin or to IHS on possibly having a nurse come in at least once a week to check on these guys to make sure that, you know, hey, this guy changed from this day to this day, he's getting worse. We want to keep more eye on him.
Yeah.
Have you guys done any kind of communication like that?
So not with health, but I would like to, and that was a part of the ARPA. But I would like her to deal with the supervision of them because we supervise nurses and medical staff. As far as IHS, they come remotely. And they do come out to provide COVID vaccinations, but you know, as far as doing like nursing stuff to inmates, they won't do that. I don't know. But I would, if Skyla can supervise at least 1 or 2 nurses to come out to the jail. Because like I said, we're trained correction staff. You know, we do have basic medical. So we have the oximeters, we check their, kind of just screen them.
Yeah.
And then of course EMS. EMS is such a great help and a great blessing for us because they come out and respond anytime we need them to. And they tell us whether this person should go to the ER or stay. And so that's what we do. And we definitely take the COVID positives down to the ER if they need to, if they have chest pains and we sit with them. Thankfully, like I said, we haven't had any positive COVIDs getting flown out. So, or getting admitted. So.
But Chairman, is that also another possibility that we can handle on maybe getting with and Skyla and finding out if we can get a registered nurse out to the facility once, twice a week, at least while we're in this peak period, or I don't even know if it's a peak, maybe we're gonna go higher, but we can get somebody out there to kind of monitor what's happening with some of these inmates, because we're not, she said they're not in that field of healthcare, so it's kind of.
I can work with Skylaw and IHS and see what we can come up with. Maybe they can rotate the nurse in there out there a few days a week.
That'd be very helpful.
Yeah,
Something
I
like
think
that,
that
yeah.
would really work. That would be helpful, and I think that I just need to start assisting our tribe in not only these testings, but possibly looking at what are some things that their field health nurses can do for our people? I mean, that's why they're called field health nurses. They're supposed to be out in the field, but I don't know if they have them staying in the office or if some just don't go out, but I think that we really need to start utilizing IHS as field health nurses right now at this time, because right now all we have is just the one nurse that just came on as contract and the rest aren't nurses, so we're gonna really need to utilize IHS, but if you can get that worked out with Melody and them, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay. You're up.
I have a question. I got a call the other night from a two-strike tribal member. She was really concerned and in a frenzy because she said that Adult Corrections released her daughter who was COVID positive, and she keeps all the grandkids. So I was just wondering why. She asked me why, and I don't know.
Right, so that's a good question. This is a part of our plan when we have like an outbreak. And whether it's COVID or some sort of contagious situation at any correctional facility, one of the things that we do first is go through the who's in jail, and we work with the courts. If it's a low crime or if they're set to get out soon, we work with the courts, and the judge is the one who releases the inmates. Because they're COVID positive, that's different. So we need to make sure that they have like a quarantine area. They know where they're gonna go, or the task force takes them to like one of those shelters. So it's really important to let them know we have a process, and we call the task force, the tracers. We have a list of numbers, and we advise them we're letting somebody out. So can you come out and assess them or give them a ride? So that's the process. So that individual was either going to get out soon or they had a low bond.
Okay. They were just concerned because she keeps the grandkids, and she didn't know if Adult Corrections would release them to a home that had kids knowing they were COVID positive. So.
Right.
Yeah.
So it was an individual
That's
inmate
true.
providing that information also. No, absolutely. They needed to report that they had a safe place to quarantine. And so whoever it was clearly wasn't honest.
She wasn't.
Yeah.
And she really scared her
And
mom.
so that person should have went to like one of those shelters.
Yeah.
Or mission.
Shelters, please.
Great.
Can you explain how COVID is affecting your staff and how like the shifts are being ran? I had a community member, he was kind of concerned because all his days off were canceled until further notice. So I'm just curious if you're utilizing all your certified staff, including the admin staff, to cover shifts.
Yes, absolutely. So right now we're on 12-hour shifts, and those 16 who are out, we have 16 COs now left, which means there's 8 on one shift and there's 8 on another shift. And we have 4 supervisors. And so we have to give them at least one day off. So if they work 4 12-hour shifts or even 5, they'll get a day off. And that's just how it's gonna go. And if he's burnt out, if whoever your community member, can't address this, he needs to let his supervisor know. The other one is, I think Bob Oliver has 5 12-hour shifts. That's his regular schedule all year. But there's a huge difference between supervising a trailer that's empty and supervising irate, intoxicated people. 12 hours is very tough. It's very stressful. And that's why, we're in a critical state. And these temporary workers that I'm requesting is definitely going to be a relief, and we'd be able to let those people take a day off. But we do monitor them. We don't let anyone get on like more than 5 days straight. Ideally, it'd be 4 12s that they're working. Yep, or 10. And we're actually reassessing our schedule. But yeah, whoever the community member is, advise them if they are too stressed out.
I'd rather have them not work than be unsafe in the jail.
Okay. Thanks, Melissa. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Micah, do you still want to go in executive session or can we take a 10-minute break? Go executive session.
Yeah, we can take a 10-minute break and come back.
All right, 10-minute break.
10-minute break, council.